schools with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states to towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Gracias. Hola, Estelita. Oye, bien.
Pero Rodrigo, hiciste carteles, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Hiciste carteles para mí que no va a estar. El señor Zamora no va a participar. Una posibilidad de que imprimas 2 copias a una página de la presidenta. Ya no sé si porque el otro día la reunión y podía. ¿Sí? Gracias.
El de ahorita.
El que te pasé hoy.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda.
1, 2, 3.
Y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1.000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad, articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política, es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral. Que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha.
Gracias, paso César Parga.
Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción.
Hola, buen día, ¿cómo está, Rodrigo?
De la población, de este talento humano que tiene.
Yo no voy a presentar ahora, pero nada más les quería actualizar. Recibieron la presentación de Ramón Sánchez y de Brasil, ¿cierto? El PowerPoint.
Tengo un PDF, ya te confirmo, mira. Tengo de Brasil el PowerPoint y un PDF de
Ramón Sánchez.
De Ramón Sánchez, exactamente.
Perfecto, sí, son las dos que tenemos.
Las dos presentaciones y el video de Guatemala.
Correcto. En el caso de San Vicente, quedaron de conectarse para aprobar la participación del ministro James y el ministro de Bahamas. Nos dijeron que se van a poder conectar por ahí de 9:30 a 9:45, que era lo más temprano que podían, pero están listos con su equipo para poder probar antes de la sesión.
Sí, cuanto antes se conecten mejor, porque después ya empezamos a recibir.
Claro, si no, yo les transmití, la misión está al tanto y todos saben que es importante que se conecte lo más temprano posible, pero parece que su agenda está complicada, pero nada más les quería comentar eso.
Tenemos un Michael Hattikis.
Ese es Bahamas, es la oficina.
Ya está. ¿Y la otra misión es quién?
Es el embajador James de San Vicente y las Granadinas. Sí, vamos con el ministro.
Hoy,
de
esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad.
Request the floor so we can test your equipment. The blue button on the right bottom side of your screen says request the floor. No sé si tendrás un número de contacto ahí con Hattikis para que lo podamos llamar y ponerle un técnico que lo ayude.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Pues a veces para ayudarle desde acá. Sí, además obviamente que ella se va a conectar. Yo dije que a las 9:30 estábamos listos. Si quiere hacer la prueba. Sí. ¿Cómo se llama ella? La persona que habla acá.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism,
Mr. Haltikis, good morning. I don't know if you can hear us,
policy
but we need to test your
in an
equipment.
urgent response to the
You
impact of the
request the
pandemic
floor,
on the hard-hit
your
tourism and
blue
hospitality
button
sectors.
on the right bottom side of
Policymakers
your
and
screen
experts discuss
says request the
biosanitary
floor.
protocols, travel and visa
Test now
facilitation,
for 10 a.m.
among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SEDI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker,
from the Bahamas
must continue to facilitate this process
No, they
while
did
we
not.
work with
They did
member
not? Oh,
states
okay.
towards the attainment of the
I see them on the
2030
list, but-
Sustainable Development Agenda.
No, está en la lista, pero no ha pedido la palabra.
Cooperation, collaboration, and
Hemos insistido,
partnerships
pero no
that
no
include
está en la lista.
all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the
Good
sum
morning,
of our parts.
greetings
We
to
can
the Office of
and we
Minister
must work
Haltikis.
together. The
If you can
future of
help
our
us
region
request the
depends on
floor
it.
so we can test your microphone. Even if Minister is not ready to speak now, it's just to test the microphone, the connection, and the camera. We would like to test it before the meeting starts. If you can help us with that, that would be great.
This is the English booth. Good morning. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgo.
The English booth, good. Great.
El primer
Thank you. Good
ámbito
morning
tiene
to
que
you.
ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1,000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres.
This channel, Sonia testing 1, 2, 3. This is Sonia in the English channel. Sonia testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para lograr estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas. Que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Buenos días a los intérpretes. Si me escuchan, vamos a empezar la prueba. Arrancamos por la cabina de portugués. Probando portugués.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos...
The English booth, buenos días. Hola, querido. Muchas gracias. Great. Bye.
La cabina de inglés. Segunda cabina de inglés. No sé quién está en la segunda cabina de inglés. Vamos a español y volvemos.
Era para decirte que Sonia debe estar a punto de contactarte porque sí está aquí, pero es Sonia.
Gracias. Cabina de español. Probando cabina de español. Mariana. Buenos días. Muy bien, excelente. Excelente, se escucha muy bien. Gracias a ti. Vamos a la segunda cabina de español. Eduardo. Excelente, Luis Eduardo, se escucha muy bien. Gracias. Muy bien. Volvemos a inglés. A ver si Sonia está por ahí.
This is Sonia in the English channel. Sonia testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, great.
Fernando.
Dime.
Creo que había pedido la palabra from Minister Halkitis office.
No.
They requested, but from Minister Halkitis office, if you can request the floor again so we can test your microphone and camera.
Tengo a Julie Ramírez de Colombia, que le di la palabra, pero no está entrando en pantalla. Creo que tiene algún problema de conexión. Señora Jorge, buenos días.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Estoy conectándome para registrarme en el quórum.
Perfecto, la escuchamos, pero no la vemos.
Oh, ok, checo la cámara. Mi embajadora en breve se conectará.
Ok, muy bien.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. the Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SEDI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for
Thank you very much, and good morning, distinguished colleagues, Executive Secretary Osborne. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the first meeting of the Inter-American Council for Development, CD, for the second semester of 2022. My special thanks to our previous Chair and Vice Chair, Ambassador Maria del Carmen Rocaber, Permanent Representative of Panama, and my dear friend, Ambassador Rita Claveri de Ciole, Permanent Representative of Guatemala, for the excellent work and effective leadership of the Council over the past 6 months. I hope to build on your work the work that you've started as we continue to shape a more sustainable and resilient region in this COVID era. I'm equally pleased to welcome this morning a very distinguished panel of special guests, the Honorable Michael Halkitis, the Honorable Carlos James, Dr. Ramon Sanchez, Mr. Carlos Alexander de Costa, Ms. Julie Ramirez, and Mr. Christian Calderon. We are honored to have you and thank you for taking time to participate in this meeting. I'm advised by the Secretariat that we have the required quorum, and I would ask the Executive Secretary, Kim Osborne, to list the delegations present in alphabetical order. The Secretariat will take note of other delegations who join us later on. Secretary Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates. We have Argentina, Bahamas, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, República Dominicana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Suriname, and Uruguay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Osborne. The required quorum is established, and we can now proceed with the meeting. I now submit for the consideration of this Council the draft order of business, document CD/OD-125/22. If there are no objections, the draft order of business is approved. And I get to approve. Distinguished colleagues, as you know, every sector of the economies of our member states have been impacted by the pandemic. Perhaps the greatest change to the functioning of our societies has been our need to pivot to working in the virtual context, whether it's in education, health, commerce, transportation, energy, diplomacy, and I know that was a very hard one for us, you just name it. The transition has, however, been uneven, so there remains work to be done both in terms of policy and practice to bring our region up to speed, particularly for those in the underserved communities. In this regard, I propose to focus the discussions in the CD meetings for the second semester of 2022 on the theme of digital transformation. The aim is to allow member states to closely examine needs and challenges as well as opportunities for cooperation for the people of the Americas to join, to contribute, and to benefit from the digital and innovation economy. Colleagues, to reiterate and to restate, the transformative approach to development is dynamic, participatory, sustainable, and equitable, which we know will lead to prosperity of the peoples of the Americas. In other words, we believe in an approach that, in essence, is cooperation in action. Item 2, therefore, is a presentation of the draft work plan of CD for the second semester of 2022. The intent of the proposed work plan for the current semester for CD meetings is to engage member states in a series of discussions on concrete hemispheric priorities and good practices that can lead to enhanced regional cooperation on digital transformation. The range of issues for consideration span all the areas of integral development under the umbrella of CD and included in document CD/doc.358/22 distributed to all delegations ahead of this meeting. I now submit the work plan for comments by member states. Well, seeing no comments, I was just about to say, if there are no objections, then I understand it that we are ready to approve the work plan as presented. And I thank you. If all members of CD are in agreement, then it is so approved. You've given me cause to use this gavel today. Thank you. Distinguished delegations and guests, Item 3 on this morning's agenda will cause us to focus on the topic of digital transformation and integral development. Digital technologies have advanced and transformed societies more rapidly than any other innovations in our history. The McKinsey Global Institute indicates that the transitions were 20 to 25 times faster than previously thought possible. However, not all sectors or people advanced at the same level to advance or achieve the same level of access or capabilities, and we must support lower income households and disadvantaged communities that have faced hardships and uncertainties in accessing digital technologies. The impact of digitalization reaches all development sectors. Digital technology can enhance connectivity, financial inclusion, access to education, health, and trade, as well as provide tools to promote sustainable development to address climate change. Therefore, leveraging the accelerated digitization and the digital economy can make an important difference for OAS member states to achieve a faster and more inclusive recovery from the pandemic and to pursue sustainable growth strategies. Furthermore, it is a unique opportunity to address historic and widening gaps on access to technology, skills for digital and innovative economy, social mobility, economic opportunities, and better services for our citizens. This CD meeting will discuss the importance of digital transformation for integral development in the region from a public and policy standpoint. And to do so, we have a distinguished panel of experts and national authorities of member states who will also share good practices to illustrate how governments have successfully leveraged the digital transformation as part of their strategic agenda, and what challenges and opportunities they've experienced doing so. To help us navigate the various aspects of this digital transformation are our esteemed panelists. And since we anticipate an interactive engagement, I warned you when we had the handover, I would ask our guests to limit their presentation to 7 minutes to allow for ample time for questions. So to begin, I'm very pleased to offer the floor to the Honorable Senator Michael Halkitis, who is the Minister of Economic Affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Minister, welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to share in this very important session today. The Bahamas has long recognized the importance of digital technology in fueling development. And over the years, we have made substantial investments that have resulted in 99% mobile network coverage, 95% of the population covered by at least 4G mobile network, 87% of the population using the internet, 119 mobile phone subscriptions per 100 persons. And this weekend, we are launching a free internet on the Community Parks initiative to provide access to underserved communities, which we expect to assist in addressing the problem of learning loss brought on by the pandemic. Such technology creates the enabling environment to allow for enhanced competitiveness, ease of doing business, operational efficiency, inclusion, and sustainable development. The near universal mobile presence supports the rollout of the Sand Dollar, the Central Bank of the Bahamas digital currency, providing the opportunity for greater financial inclusion of the unbanked population. And given the archipelagic nature of the Bahamas, with a population of just over 400,000 spread over 16 major islands, the continued digitization of government services provides the opportunity to increase availability and quality of government service delivery. Through our My Gateway program, we have already seen the digitization of 48 government services across 12 agencies, providing timely and affordable access to government services for over 82,000 persons, no matter a person's location in the archipelago. Our objective is to have 200 government services provided digitally from the point of application to payment, with no need for personal contact by the year 2025. To ensure that the country remains competitive with developments in financial technology, in the financial technology space within the financial services industry, the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges, the DARE Act, was passed to regulate the issue and sale of digital assets. Recent amendments to the legislation strengthens the anti-money laundering framework around digital assets. With the enabling infrastructure and legislation in place, the Bahamas has already become home to two of the largest digital exchanges in the world, FTX and OKX, which provides opportunities for the repositioning of the Bahamas as a leader in the financial services sector. The government intends to establish a national eID by mid-2023. This will allow electronic government services to be safely and efficiently provided across the country and simplifies the Know Your Customer process. In this regard, a digital ID expert has been onboarded to develop a strategy for the implementation and execution of the national eID. The creation of the EID also provides further capacity for the government to accept digital payments such as the sand dollar. The government is in the process of implementing a national computer incident response team by the second quarter of 2023. This CERT, as it is called, is tasked with providing cybersecurity support services in the country and coordinating incident responses to cyber attacks. These are but a few of the initiatives that we are pursuing as we seek to keep pace with advances in digitization and use this ongoing revolution to improve our ability to provide services to our people no matter where they reside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing with us the innovative work that's taking place in the Bahamas. And we do want to ask you to remain with us because we will have a robust question and answer session. It is my great honor now to offer the floor to the Honorable Carlos James, Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Sustainable Development and Culture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Minister James, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates. Good morning. Just to begin by indicating that my presentation will briefly touch on the creative industries and emerging technology and how we are looking at digital transformation. And I start by indicating that during the health pandemic, global pandemic, and the eruption of our last volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we were able to basically roll out a number of initiatives across all sectors. In education, we facilitated remote learning for schools, providing hundreds of tablets to students from remote areas across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in particular providing free internet service for the distribution of our e-learning platforms. In our education sector, but also in our civil service, we also adopted a remote work from home policy, which facilitated a number of initiatives that were able to take place digitally. Healthcare, we also had our challenges and of course had to digitize our bio data, both for persons coming to our jurisdiction by both sea and air, and also in relating to our rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination, digitizing all of the information, having one platform to really function as a server or a data farm. So all of the modalities which we employed in terms of the use of emerging technology and digital technology, we were able to facilitate the effective functioning of both the civil service, and all of the components in healthcare and education and so on. One of the challenges we had was how to utilize emerging technology or digital transformation to facilitate the creative industries. And where we were able to facilitate almost all of the sectors, our creative industry suffered significantly. And for the last 2 years, because of the eruption of the last volcano, the COVID-19 pandemic, in 2020, 2021, we had to pay out over $500,000 to creative industry stakeholders who were unable to earn a living or an income from the hosting of activities on our premier festival, Vincimas, which is the carnival season. And the idea came about where, because of the seasonal nature of our festivals, we must find a way where we can provide alternative platforms to facilitate the additional revenues in streams for our creative industry. What we set out to do was to initially start the process of utilizing emerging technology and digital transformation to work with our creative sector to ensure that we can build out platforms in which they can earn an income and, for instance, market their goods and services globally. We started this process by initiating the public awareness and sensitization about digital transformation and technology. We hosted just a few weeks ago a webinar with the Organization of American States and also partnered with Meta, Facebook, to bring the conversation to our creative industry stakeholders in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And of course, from that, we had the most of the stakeholders coming on board and being alert and aware and bringing the awareness as to the use of Bitcoin and Web3 and building out all of the platforms that will be able to provide sustainable livelihoods for creatives within the sector who normally would be affected if there's a global pandemic or if there's an eruption of the Lassa Free again. They can then use digital transformation and digital technology to, in fact, market and produce and sell their products and services on an e-platform. And we're talking about the use of, for instance, platforms such as the metaverse. One of the things that we looked at in that whole digital transformation of the creative industry is the possibility of having actual activities and events with producers, musicians, mass men and creatives within a platform where we can bill out and provide the services so that they can earn additional revenue and income. We were able to have this discussion, and a lot of the stakeholders were quite interested in the direction in which we were going from a policy level. And of course, quite a few of them in St. Vincent and the Grenadines has already started the discussion on that. We, as part of the facilitation among the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, we have moved legislation within our parliament to recognize virtual assets. So essentially, while persons are able to trade with e-platforms and to use Bitcoin and cryptocurrency to purchase NFTs and other modalities, we thought it necessary in partnership with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the currency union within these Eastern Caribbean islands, to facilitate moving the legislation within our respective parliaments to, one, recognize virtual assets, and two, having the regulatory framework in which we can, of course, monitor, put the necessary regulations in place to AML, MFT, as it relates to those sort of security concerns, anti-money laundering and terrorist financing, to have a crystallized legislation in which we can monitor, regulate, and control the use of the virtual assets, any form of virtual assets within our currency union. This is now enacted in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and with some of the other EC islands. And of course, literally any Vincentian can go on a platform, bill out an NFT, market to the world, receive the currency in crypto or any other form of digital currency. And it is something that is recognized here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the central bank. So we have taken steps legislatively to advance this process, but importantly, we have to obviously work in partnership with other stakeholders to look at building out what I would call an e-platform for creatives within the St. Vincent and the Grenadines to facilitate the moving in the metaverse and other e-platforms and e-commerce to sell their products, goods, and services. And that is one of the challenges which we found coming out of the pandemic and the eruption of the Lassa Free. While we were able to provide the necessary service in terms of technology for other sectors, the creative industry, they were starved of that much needed support, and we were able to build out platforms to facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this really inspired, and that's coming from Grenada. I'm speaking not just as a chair now, but as Grenada, and I really want to continue that conversation. You said two things, metaverse, and I need to know more about that, but we're celebrating Spice Mass in under 2 weeks, and I know we may not be able to benefit from it now, but going forward, we want to have that conversation for the creative industry. So thank you so very much. And now I turn my attention to the gentleman on my left, to your right, if you're looking, and that is Mr. Carlos Alexandra da Costa. I hope I pronounced that right. He's the Chief Representative Foreign Office of the Ministry of Brazil, the Ministry of Economy of Brazil. Mr. De Costa, welcome, and you have the floor, sir.
Really thank you and appreciate the opportunity of being here, Ambassador Yolanda Smith. Did I pronounce that correct, Yolanda? Okay, and in your name, I'd like to congratulate all the ambassadors and ministers who are present here or virtually following this meeting. I'd also like to congratulate and thank for the opportunity to the Executive Secretary, Mrs. Kim, and for all the everybody who has been working to make this come true here today, and so that we can present a little bit of the transformation, the digital transformation that we have implemented in Brazil. So if you allow, since most of the representatives here, as I have been told, speak Spanish, I'll try to practice my Portuñol and switch to Spanish from now on, and the presentation is going to be in English. Entonces, buenos días a todos.
So good morning, everyone, and I apologize for the Portuñol, but I think that it would be more beneficial for me to speak in the most commonly used language in our hemisphere of nations. Brazil has gone through a major transformation in the last 4 years. This has been a transformation that has led us to be there in the first rankings in many different categories for digital transformation. And today we have Brazil designated as a digital business-friendly continental country. Next slide, please. So it's a fact that Brazilians have already been using mobile devices for many years, and today we have data for up to 2020. But in 2022, nearly 100% of people aged 16 to 64 in Brazil have mobile devices and they use the internet on these devices, for example, smartphones. And it's really impressive how in Brazil, which was a country where really television was king, even the poorest families had televisions, and now we see the same thing happening with smartphones. Smartphones became the #1 means of communication, particularly during the pandemic. And in rural areas, we have about 70% mobile device penetration. These are mobile devices with internet access. And so currently, we believe that this figure is actually above 90%, but we don't have any data. And we see on the right-hand graph that just about 100% of people have access to the internet, and many of them also have more than one device to access the internet. And so this is something that we have seen in almost all mobile devices. Next slide, please. So what are they using these devices for, and how long? We can see that they spend about 4 hours a day on the internet. Brazil is the third country when it comes to internet use per person, and only the Philippines and South Africa are above Brazil. Philippines is always #1, and Brazil is sometimes #2, usually #3. But we see that usually they are using the internet for news or social media. We also see online videos, which are now we see that YouTube is the second largest social network in Brazil, with WhatsApp as number one. And a huge percentage of Brazilians aged 16 to 64 use online videos as a source of learning. And this is very important to keep in mind for our countries. This is a great opportunity for us to leverage, because if we look at the number of hours online and the number of people that are using these new media in order to learn, we can also perhaps overtake other countries that are currently ahead of us when it comes to training. On the right-hand side, we see that Brazilians are mainly using the internet for social media. Brazil is the country with the second highest social media use in the world, second to the Philippines. The countries that are dark are the countries with the highest use of the internet. Next slide, please. So this is a trend that has been growing over the last 4 years. We have seen a huge leap in digital access, and this is the Digital Risers Report ranking, which measures in many different countries the digital transformation ecosystem and the mentality behind this transformation. Brazil was in G20 the third country when it comes to digital growth. So what did we do in order to achieve this? Next slide, please. First of all, Brazil, over the last 3 years, has gone through a major economic transformation process. And here we see the changes. We see new regulatory frameworks and laws, as well as new government initiatives that have been approved over the last 3 years. These are just the laws, because we also have interlegal infrastructure as well, and there's a lot more of that. We have Transforma.gov. We knew that 40% of public employees were going to be retired in the next 5 years. And so in order to avoid challenges related to this, we saw that we knew we're going to be hiring more people. So we needed to have a digital transformation of our government services. You can only ask for new employees if you're going to do the transformations, if you actually need to hire anyone. And so we were able to ensure that they were able to support the entire government with their work. And then we also had to look at the telecoms agency, which needs to have more independence, as well as a very strong user-focused approach. And we also saw that states and municipal governments were using digital as well. The new IT law provides subsidies for companies that invest in IT, and we also have the electronic authentication law. Everything is done through a cell phone, and now authentication, identity, signatures, everything. And even in the government and public notaries, this is a new development since 2020. And so we have the doing business law as well. And the highlighted rectangles are the ones most closely related to digital transformation. Here we see the axes with the 100 initiatives that we put into practice. I'm not going to get into detail with all of them because we don't have time, but the ones that we want to highlight are there. You can see the link so that you can download this information and everything that was in line with the digital transformation underway in Brazil. And we also see our digital government initiative. We can talk about that at another opportunity. Next slide, please. So the overarching idea is one government for each citizen, gov.br, human-centered architecture. And so we came up with a whole range of apps and design so that we have one government for each citizen. And you can see this link right here where you can access that information more in detail. And here you can see all of the details of how each digital government initiative has been carried out. Each and every one of these initiatives has many different activities, and if you click here, please, we can even support the execution of each one of these activities. And this is, of course, public in Brazil. This is a culture that we have been building from this government. And so each of the initiatives has many different objectives. Each objective has several different activities. And any citizen can see how these initiatives are coming along in real time. So if you would like to know more information about how the digital transformation in Brazil and digital governance in Brazil is taking place, you can certainly access that information online. Back to the presentation, please. So results, in order to conclude, just a few results. You can see that we have 4,800 government services, and this is very important because we needed to establish and measure what the services were, because before we had only mapped about 1,600, but in fact there were many more. We mapped 4,900 services, and of those 4,900, we were able to drop the number to 4,780. And so now 83% of these government services in Brazil are entirely digital. The others that are not entirely digitalized are half of those are partially digital. And today we have 133 million citizens who are able to frequently access our digital government services. Next slide, please. And so that brings us to here where we are number 7th in the GovTech maturity ranking by World Bank. Next slide, please. And just to conclude, companies in Brazil have also been able to transform, and this is truly impressive. We have 4 areas of digitalization, which we have been measuring. We converted a Brazilian agency for industrial development into the Brazilian agency for digitalization of companies. And this agency has been providing many different services to companies. Today, in blue, you see those that are using this with the strategy for each of these services. You have CRM, cloud computing, finance, and ERP. They are entirely digital with strategy. Only about 20% of the companies are not using, of the 18,000 companies in Brazil, only about 20% are not using digital services, and this is a very recent process. It has allowed us to really boost productivity, and that is why Brazil is where it is today, because our companies have been able to become much more productive. This is just a little bit of what I wanted to share with all of you. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but I wanted to share with you the digital transformation in Brazil. Thank you very much, Chair.
Impressed with what is being shared here today, and what I picked up from your presentation really was that government and the private sector hand in hand, that digital transformation. I'm excited about the question and answer period, but before we get there, I want to invite Dr. Ramon Sanchez Pina, who is the Principal Investigator for Development and Innovation and Sustainable Ecosystems and Research Associate at the Department of Environmental Health of the T.H. Chan Public Health School of Harvard University. And I want to ask you, sir, to please address us. That's the gentleman on my right.
Thank you so much. And I have a presentation, but something that is really important is the following. Have you ever wondered why and how we create innovation hubs like the ones in Silicon Valley, Boston, or New York? Well, it's not enough to have buildings. It's not enough to have the infrastructure. You need something else. So my presentation is about how to be a catalyst for digital transformation by strengthening innovation ecosystems everywhere in the continent, okay? We go from Canada to Patagonia. Every single place could have an innovation hub, a regional innovation hub. And that's what I'm going to deal with in my presentation. Let's start the presentation if possible. Thank you. And before I start, sorry, thank you so much for the invitation. I got carried away. Really appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to be here. So let's go to the next one. The next, excellent. So one of the biggest things that we have in our continent is that in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have poverty. About 23% of the people are poor, and there is a very wide range of poverty here, from 3.2% in Uruguay to 62% in Venezuela. And one of the problems with poverty is that it reduces the ability that every country has to build community systems, infrastructure, reduce social inequities, and provide well-being, and prepare for global challenges like climate change, for example. Let's go to the next one, please. Well, something that is really important, and this is the key of why we need an innovation ecosystem, is that talent is equally distributed everywhere in the planet, but access to development tools, proper financing, and support system to scale up innovation ideas are not. This is the reason of why, for example, you get people that win like local or regional science contests or competitions. They go to international competitions, they win it. They come back, they take a picture with someone, like a politician or the president of the university, and then that's it. After that, they have no funding. They can scale up, and that's why, even though it's a great idea, it will not be a big company, an international company. And so I have a few examples right here. So the whole thing is the cost of money, which is the annual interest rate versus risk. The higher the risk, the higher it will be the interest rate that they are going to charge you for money. And so if you want to open a restaurant, if you want to open something conventional, risk is moderate, and it's very likely that the bank will lend you money. However, if you have a digital company or drones for agriculture or a medical device that is measuring glucose in real time, all of these businesses, by the way, come from Latin America and the Caribbean. Banks are not going to give you money. If there are no venture capitalists, angel investors, or other innovation investors in your community, the company is not going to scale up. Okay, next one, please. And so the whole thing is the following. Being someone from academia, let me describe what is the value of debt. So we have in one axis money, how much you spend in order to create a company. And on the other axis, we have time. At the very beginning of a company, the government is paying for the development of everything we do, through grants, through innovation awards, through demonstration facilities, etc. Every single government on planet Earth has a program like this in order to support the early development of technology. Let's go to the next one, please. Then, at the stage in which you are expanding, or at least the company is expanding, the market is paying for the development or the expansion of the company through sales, technology licensing, by issuing stocks or doing an initial public offering, etc. But you get money from the market. But let's go to the next one, please. And this is the problem right here. Between the day in which entrepreneurs demonstrate their product or service and the time in which they start making money, we have the valley of death. The valley of death, and some people in Latin America and the Caribbean, they try to overcome the valley of death by having bank loans with a very high interest rate, or family loans, what we call family and friends financing, or legal or illegal government connections. I don't want to describe that, you know what I mean. So let's go to the next one, please. And so the jump from the rock of the government to the rock of the market looks like this for the entrepreneur. In the middle, well, we have like bank loans at a very high interest rate, family and friends financing, and government connections. And the mortality rate for startups in Latin America and the Caribbean is close to 90%. So if we want to develop digital companies, we have to close this gap. And that goes to my next slide, please. So in cities with underdeveloped support systems for innovation, 75 to 90% of the high impact startups fail, okay? And we have very conventional businesses in the community. It doesn't mean that we don't have digital businesses, internet businesses, renewable energy businesses, and so on. It's just that they are not the bread and butter for the community. We have businesses like this, restaurants, preparing food, hardware stores, et cetera, et cetera. Let's go to the next one, please. And so the main problem right now for developing an innovation ecosystem is the lack of local critical mass of people that have the knowledge on how to create high impact businesses that have the digital tools and skills in order to develop new companies. And something that we have done at Harvard is trying to democratize access to all of these tools in order to enhance the innovation ecosystem, but going to the community and doing that for hundreds or thousands of people in the community. Let's go to the next one, please. And this is how the classroom will look like when we do that. So we will deal with things like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, virtual and augmented reality. And we found that when we teach people in a massive way about these things, plus how to present a business plan to investors, they actually create companies and they get out of poverty. And that is one of the best interventions for that. And what's in it for us? I work in the Harvard School of Public Health. Every time you do that, every time that you enhance an innovation ecosystem, you create more startups in sustainability and health. That's what's in it for us. That's why we do it. Let's go to the next one. And I'm not here to brag, but let me tell you about the community where I live. In Boston, 250,000 people work in startups. And a startup is a company that is 3 years old or less, and usually it's a micro enterprise, really small, and not even small, it's a micro enterprise. Let's go to the next one, please. And something really important about my community is that we have the highest per capita venture capital funding probably in the planet, okay? Which means, yeah, we have Silicon Valley, they have more deals, they have more money, but when you normalize by the population, Boston, or in this case, Massachusetts is number one. So we would like to share the way in which we strengthen our innovation ecosystem with other people in the continent, from Canada to the Patagonia, because that's our mandate. That's what we are trying to do. Let's go to the next one, please. And now the jump from the valley of death, from the rock of the government to the rock of the market will look like this. We will have the innovation ecosystem in the middle, and that means angel investors, venture capitalists, crowdsourcing or crowdfunding, university collaborations like the proper ones, business accelerators, and proper government interventions. And because of that, the mortality rate will go from 80 to 90% to only 10 to 20% mortality rate, like 4 times less. That's what we are trying to do. And that's by teaching people about digital tools, how to use them, and how to prepare a business plan. Let's go to the next one, please. And this is how the Bostonian innovation ecosystem will look like. So we are really good at robotics, medical devices, technology of every kind that you can think of, pharmaceuticals, renewable energies, and applications. Let's go to the next one, please. And this is how you can find us in case you're interested in strengthening the local innovation ecosystem. And we have done assessments all over the continent, several cities in Canada, not all of the cities. We wish we did all of the cities. We did a lot of cities in the United States, a lot of cities in Mexico, but we haven't done, like for example, we did the assessment of the Jamaican innovation ecosystem. We didn't get to present it because of COVID. The Brazilian innovation ecosystem, like 12 cities in Brazil, we didn't get to present that thing. Colombia, 5 cities, Costa Rica, Peru, and we are starting assessments of the innovation ecosystem in Chile, El Salvador, Guatemala, Argentina, and we don't have a lot in the Caribbean. So for the ongoing ones, I would love to see if somebody can help us so there will be more participation. And for those that we already finished, we would like to share the results. That's why we are here. Thank you so much. And sorry for going over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. And I think it was well worth going over time. And I think I heard something in this for SETI. You talked about enhancing innovative startups. I heard you say you're willing to share and that you're looking for that collaboration. I think that was the essence of this meeting today. So I really want to thank you. I want to thank all our presenters who've gone before us. And this is the moment I promised everybody that we're going to have some question and answer to make it engaging. And I learned that our minister from the Bahamas had to go off to a cabinet meeting, so we're not going to have him for the question and answer period, but I'm sure we can still raise anything that we have from his presentation and make sure that we get those answered. So as we transition into what we'll call the meat and potatoes of this session, I want to lead off with a few questions and then I will open the floor for delegations. And I just want to say here, we'll open the floor for questions first, and then we'll open the floor after that for you to share your best practices, because we really want to hear that as well. It's about collaboration and cooperation. But the first session will be for questions, and perhaps I'll start off with Minister James. Do we still have Minister James with us from St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Is there a way to find out? If not, then... Still connected. Oh, he is?
Minister James, could you please request the floor?
I'd like the opportunity to put him on the spot.
I'm not sure if I lost it a short while ago. I'm not sure if this question is supposed to be.
So I haven't posed it yet. I was waiting to see your face, sir. But I have a two-part question for you. And just in light of what you had said, what are the opportunities of collaboration you would like to propose that OAS member states on transformative technologies related to the creative and cultural industries? And the second part is, what are the niches that our region may benefit or leverage from the 3Web and the metaverse? You talked about metaverse and you captured my interest right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite certainly, there's obviously room and scope for a deeper collaboration. Of course, when we started in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the conversation on the metaverse, even a lot of the local stakeholders were a bit apprehensive about it. But we then had the sensitization. We structured a program, a webinar. We had persons from Meta, as well as the Organization of American States, who assisted with coordinating that webinar, which we hosted. And then the heightened awareness and the interest, and persons were saying, well, this is something that really can really catch on, in the sense that not just with entertainment, but for instance, a creative, an artisan, or someone who's building out what you'll call an acrylic painting that can have elements of digital, technology be infused with that, can be transformed into what you will call an NFT, a non-fungible token, and where traditionally that may very well go for a few $1,000s, within the e-platform or Web3, an NFT product designed from any of the islands, the respective countries within the OAS, can go as far as a couple thousand up to $1 million. And we have seen evidence of that. All of the larger companies are moving into the metaverse. They're branding companies, commercial companies, music production companies also moving into the metaverse. And we, as small island, particularly small island states and Caribbean states in the Americas, we have to stay ahead of the curve. The question is, are we going to be consumers of the emerging and new digital technology that is taking place, or we are going to be producers and exporters of this technology? So there is room and scope for programs to facilitate across the Americas. I know, for instance, the OAS, they have this youth academy. They're doing a number of training initiatives across the member states. But we have to move from start the necessary action in terms of the sensitization, getting persons who are, most of the artisans are persons who are not necessarily versed in new media or new technology. So we have to go to the rural communities, go to the marginalized places where we have creatives and work with them to get that sensitization going. That's the first step. Phase 2, we have to obviously look at how we can do the necessary training. And for instance, having persons being able to transfer that technology and knowledge to the local persons who are involved within the industry. Because a lot of persons didn't realize, well, you can trade online, you can have what we call digital assets, but also that can be transferred back to real cash because there's something called an e-wallet. A lot of creatives or persons within the industry didn't realize that you can actually build out a platform, have an e-wallet, and you can go to the bank, use a Visa card, because the e-wallet is linked to that, and you can withdraw from your revenue that is derived from the creative sector. So I think, by and large, we have to broadly look at how we can continue the public awareness. We have to look at how we can start the training and working with initiatives and organizations like the OAS to really bring that level of awareness and training to our creatives and persons within the member states. And then the possibility of having a harmonized platform or several platforms in which the supporting structures are there. For instance, in Vincent and the Grenadines, we should not have to look at the idea of funding the build out of a platform for Web3 by ourselves. But could it be something that all of us in the Americas will look at with strategic partnership from Meta and the Organization of American States, our Ministries of Information and Communications Technology, to see how we can build out platforms where all of us can trade, all of us can create that harmonized platform for trading, loading of our goods and services, and also for the return of revenue within our small and vulnerable economies. And as I said during my presentation, we were able to, in many of the countries, we were able to really facilitate the transformation with e-commerce and e-learning and in terms of healthcare with biodata and all of that. We're able to get up to speed quickly and we're able to adapt and even our meetings which we're having, we're able to host a number of meetings virtually. But a lot of the creatives, and because I'm Minister of Culture as well, I'm focusing on creatives, we're not able to share a platform to earn revenue. We're not able to utilize a platform to generate income. So while we were able to still continue with trade and continue with all the varying meetings and other things virtually, entertainers, artisans, and creatives who are not necessarily not producing virtual things, but things that are of a tangible nature. We were not able to welcome visitors to our islands in the form of tourists who will then purchase these items. We were not able to have a Spice Mass for 2 years or a Vinci Mass, as we call it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because the movement of people, it was restricted. And therefore, it affected artisans and creatives who normally will earn an income. So we have to obviously move everything digital. Yes, we'll still have the tangible items, which, for instance, having a Spice Mass would You can't take that away from Grenadians or Vincentians or Vincimas. But to build out platforms where we can digitally capture our production, our designs, and market that to a global far-reaching market. And I give the example of a place like Japan that has a population of 126, there are about 1 million people. 1% of the population in Japan is roughly the population of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, or the population of Grenada, for an example. But there is a growing interest in Caribbean music, reggae in Jamaica. I know the representatives from Jamaica are here. In Japan, it's an emerging, a huge market. There's also that interest in soca music that is emerging as well. So we have to look at where we can capitalize on digital transformation, utilizing emerging technology, and placing our goods and services in markets which traditionally we are not able to reach, and our stakeholders are not able to earn any revenue from. So rather than waiting for a Spice Mass to produce, to build costumes, we can have digital costumes created as skins for avatars, which is a big feature within the metaverse. I know that even as we speak, Meta is working with an agreement with Ray-Ban sunglasses brand, to build out spectacles that can be used as AR and VR sets. The time is right for us to really, as in the Americas, rather than being consumers and we wait for the amazing things that are happening and we say, wow, and we're spending our own monies. We need to spend our resources in building the platforms that can facilitate our stakeholders earning revenue. That is going to be tremendous opportunities for growth, tremendous opportunities for value added, tremendous opportunities for export. And of course, I hasten to say that within the next 2 decades, you wouldn't have persons going into the field of diplomacy or traditional fields of engineering, medicine, and law, because what is taking place in the evolving space of the creative industry and the metaverse, a lot more persons are going to go into information technology. A lot more persons are going to become creators of NFTs and avatars and gaming platforms, because that is where the revenue is going to be. And Meta will tell you, and other large companies like Google and will tell you that they're continuously searching for data, content, and producers of these data and content, because that is what is going to be the next evolving thing where digital transformation is concerned. And we have to be up to speed. We have to get our local traditional arts and craft artisans and our creatives oriented to the thinking that digital transformation and the technology that is supporting these platforms is the way to go, and where we need to focus, and the revenue is there for our future creatives to tap into.
Thank you so much, Minister, for sharing your perspective with us. And really, it's an eye-opener. I know the conversation could go on, but time isn't on our side. I perhaps will take the question from the Bahamas if it's related to this. No? Okay. Okay, so in that case, then I have a question, and it's twofold as well for you, Mr. Da Costa. And the question is, what are the main areas of collaboration that Brazil can offer to other member states on the digital transformation programs that you shared with us? And based on your experience in implementing those programs, what are the main challenges and opportunities for the region? And I know you touched on it a little, but if you can expand a bit for us. Thank you.
Sure. Well, first of all, the areas of, as you have noticed, we have had a broad and comprehensive set of policies for digital transformation, and I'd be very glad our team, Fernando, is here to put anyone who is interested in touch with each one of the teams who worked at it. We had 5 teams working at it, 5 teams. It's all supervised by an interministerial group And I was part of this team as the Vice Minister for Productivity and Competitiveness. And my team was responsible for one of these 5 areas. And that's very important. That's one of the lessons of why this worked so well. We have, first of all, the interministerial group, which puts a lot of political weight on its moving forward. Second, we had 5 teams, which then at the execution level were one deputy minister responsible for it. So I was the responsible for the digital transformation of markets and companies. My colleague, still at the Minister of the Economy, was responsible for e-government. Another person was responsible for R&D and innovation. Another from the Ministry of Technology and Science, and so on. So 5 teams. But then when you go to the execution level, it needs to be a team that is already in place. Or you're going to have lots of committees and people from different areas with different priorities and different stakeholders, different constituents. So it's important to, at the execution level, to be an entity which already exists. Anytime, some other initiatives that we have that did not have this direct relationship to an execution unit did not work so well. And as for the opportunities and challenges, I think, and I'm going to be brief for the shortage of time, it's related to people, both the opportunities and the challenges. We have now 1.9 million people working with IT in Brazil, information technology. From these 1.9 million, 190,000 people were hired last year. In net terms. Of course, there's turnover on it. So the amount of jobs that is being created is amazing at the IT level, but as well at the startup level. So Brazil is a country with a lot of entrepreneurship. For you just to have an idea, in the last 3 years, we have 4.1 million businesses were created in Brazil in 3 years. So from these 4.1 million new businesses that have been created, most all of them were in a certain way digitized. At least because all the interactions with government are digital, all the interactions with the financial system today are digital in Brazil. We have implemented in 1 year PIX, which is an electronic transaction mechanism in Brazil, instantaneous, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You send money, receive it at the same moment, which has been used more than 5 billion times in the last year. So in other words, it's everybody, even the poor people and the small micro companies are using this system. So they already are born first digital in Brazil. So there's a lot of opportunity to digitize people and businesses all around. And that creates a leap in productivity and job creation. And finally, in startups, many of these are typically startups. Brazil has had last year $9 billion of investment in startups. It's 70% of all venture capital in Latin America. And why is that? Because we are becoming a digital country. We have become a digital country. And thinking digital from the very beginning creates a lot of opportunities. And what are the challenges? Educating people. Educating people is the main challenge because it's not easy and it needs to be made in actual informal and formal learning. We have received, for instance, and you have to work with the businesses, as you mentioned. We have received the largest donation of Microsoft of the IT industry in history. Microsoft donated 5 million courses for Brazilians. 5 million courses. All the courses from digital productivity to artificial intelligence, all levels of courses. We have had the same success working with IBM, with Cisco and other companies. You have to partner with large companies because this is their challenge. The more people who are educated to working with their products, the more they're going to sell. So when you put all these people together, you have a lot of success in educating people, but it's still a huge challenge. How do you leverage and reskill and upskill and skill people who have no skills in our countries?
Thank you very much, Mr. Da Costa. And that just brought something home to me that in our country, we're trying to do that as well, to upskill. We have the human resource capital, but if we can train these people with companies that need their services anyway, it's a win-win. And I thank you so much for sharing that. I know we have some questions out there, but I want to just turn to Dr. Sanchez, and I know most people end with a call to action, but he sort of gave his services. But I just want to give him a chance before we take questions from the floor to just tell us, the program that he's working on at Harvard, what can you offer in terms of support for innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems for Latin America and the Caribbean that we can leverage in digital transformation opportunities? Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so thank you so much. Something that we can do is to first share the information that we already have. We know what some innovation ecosystems need in order to grow. It took about probably 50 years for the innovation ecosystem in Boston to mature. It took like 35 to 40 years for the one in Silicon Valley to mature. What if we could cut that time to 3 years in other communities? 10 times faster, because we have information about what is lacking and what is not. So first, share that information that we already have. Second, we are starting assessments of innovation ecosystems in other countries in the region. Like, for example, right now I can think of Chile, El Salvador, Guatemala, Argentina. We would like to start in the Caribbean, in Grenada, St. Lucia, in Dominica, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We would like to start in many communities, but we need help in order to actually distribute a survey to find out what is the state of the innovation ecosystem in those communities. And so an opportunity for collaboration would be, first, to share the information that we have on innovation ecosystems. Second, to share our assessment on how we can strengthen or accelerate the development of the innovation ecosystems that we have already assessed. And my request to the continental community right now is to see if you can help us to assess the rest of the continent. And that way we can create regional innovation hubs that will be different in every community. Let me give you a few examples. In the innovation ecosystem in Boston, it's about life sciences, medical devices, pharmaceuticals. But the innovation ecosystem in Silicon Valley, it will be about technologies like the metaverse, for example, or virtual reality, augmented reality, and things like that. So what if we had an innovation ecosystem in Brazil that was related to the protection of biodiversity and the ecosystems, or ecotourism? What if we had an innovation ecosystem somewhere in the Caribbean that was related to tourism only, and particularly the tourism that gets people from Europe and the United States to go there every winter? What if we had an innovation ecosystem for social equity somewhere else, and so on? What is the importance of that, and how is that related to the digital economy? Something else that we can do is to support current programs for education in the digital economy. We don't want to substitute anything. We just want to support that. But then something that will be great is to just make some decisions about how to reduce poverty based on that information. Like, let me give you one example. If we get a craft like embroidery or something like that in the Caribbean, if we get it from the people that it probably took them like 5 days to make something, and they sell it for $10 to someone like a visitor. And there will be people that will come from Paris, New York, or Tokyo, and they will purchase a lot of them. And then they will go back to their communities. They will put that craft in a handbag, for example, and then they will sell it for $600, which means 98% of the benefits go to the middle person instead of the artisan or craftsman that did this. What if, for example, we were teaching people in these communities, in the Caribbean or Latin America, how to create their own digital businesses? Imagine now what would it be if they had their own marketplace that will be global, that people could visit through virtual reality, for example. What if we had augmented reality so people could see how this craft will look on a handbag right now because they could see it on the smartphone? And if people in the community that they know better about their culture, they know better about their capabilities and other things, they are developing this, what if they were getting 50% of the value of this? What if we could reduce the cost? Instead of having a handbag that is $600, it will be $300, but 50% of that money will go to the real craftsmen. So that's essentially what we want. We want to reduce poverty by opening access to the digital economy. And a catalyst for that is strengthening the local innovation ecosystems. And for that, we would like to offer what we have, all of the information on how we could accelerate some of the communities that we have assessed. But we are asking for your help to finish assessing most countries, if we could do all of them in the continent, so we can have regional innovation hubs to reduce poverty. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanchez. And gentlemen, I know you'd appreciate the opportunity for feedback and to further the discourse. So I would like to open the floor for delegations first who have questions. And Bahamas, you have a question? Okay, so Costa Rica, question. So I'll offer the floor to Costa Rica, please. Madam Ambassador, you have the floor.
I thank you so much, Madam Chair. And a very good morning to all of the distinguished panelists who honor us with their presence, and especially those who are physically here, Mr. Da Costa, Mr. Sanchez. I'd like to put a question to Dr. Sanchez from the academic input. He's talked about that private sector, academia, and the state, that triad that he's mentioned before. We in Costa Rica have medical devices that have certainly gone up since the pandemic, but we need that kind of buttressing. We need the actual handiwork, we need academia, and we need the state that certainly will also offer the tools through an education network, through a reform in our educational system, through learning, maybe the kind of work we carry out in our own chanceries and foreign trade, foreign ministry, I should say. How do you get those three critical elements to work together so that a success story, such as the one that you have explained, could replicate itself in other clusters or systems? Thank you.
I'm going to do it in Spanish, so for people in Costa Rica, so they can hear us. Okay. Una cosa esencial es de lo que se...
Well, let me tell you, one of the essential elements that I tried to underscore is the interaction between government, academia, and the productive sector. That is critical. We in Costa Rica have already gone forward to offer a diagnosis on the educational system, and we know that there's a great deal of opportunity. You mentioned medical devices. One of the greatest opportunities here is in the generation of prototypes and the testing thereof. That is a great deal cheaper, believe me, inexpensive than if it's done in Costa Rica or in the United States. Boston does it too. But guess where the testing is quicker and more effective. Well, it's in Costa Rica, no surprise. Faster and less expensive. What we see, though, is a lack of coordination and linkage as between the productive sector and academia. Let me tell you a little bit more what I mean. Very often in the academic sector, it would appear that people who are coming up with scientific material are greatly hailed and promoted. They go, you're going to be a wonderful professor. But then when somebody from the productive sector comes up, that person will say, you know what, it's interesting, but I'm not really available. I'm working in the academic sector and in the scientific sector. Here's the magic thing. You need to have incentives. And if a professor doesn't have any incentive to look above and beyond his textbooks in his classroom or his lab, he's not going to do it. I could talk about my own university in this regard. We take a hard look at what that is the academic group that we represent, looks at society and tries to pinpoint what the main blockages are. What are the problems? And on these problems, we focus, not just overnight, but in the long term. One of the problems is, for instance, golly, let's try to cure cancer. Can you believe it? We've been at it half a century. 40 years on, we still haven't done it. Every now and then, somebody gets a Nobel Prize because there's a promising breakthrough. But if we ask society, what do you really want? What hurts? What do you most need to resolve? That, I think, would be a first good start. But here's the kicker. What's in it for the researcher? Let us suppose for a minute that you have a partial answer, something that might, let's say, reduce the tumors in a cancer situation. What if that technology might be liable to a patent? And in this particular case, Harvard University would pay for the patent. This is a hypo, obviously. Then the royalty would be shared, would it not, between the researchers on one hand and the university that paid for the patent on the other. This is my hypo. I can tell you, for instance, let's say 40% of the royalties for the patent on the new technology would go to Harvard, to that university. Let's say 20% goes to the actual lab where the research was carried out, the department of the lab where this was hammered out. And 40%, hello, goes to the researcher. Oh, good morning. All of a sudden, the researcher is looking at it in a different way, as in the famous question, what's in it for me? So all of a sudden, wrangling with other people's problems looks a little more promising. And that researcher, the next time somebody comes to him and says, golly, could you help us? We don't know how to handle this, might say, yes, indeed. Let me have a look. And that means that there will be an incentive to the researchers to make a difference. And that is why there is such an important link between academia and the productive sector. Okay, let me go back to Costa Rica. The question of these medical devices, which you offer as a hypo, and it's a real thing, I think serves as a very good example to promote the very thing I'm saying. Let the prototypes in that hypo be put together in Costa Rica. Why not? Now, many of the actual medical testing could be done in a lot of places. But let's say that the basic prototypes would be done in Costa Rica, particularly in tropical diseases, chikungunya, and so many others that I could think of. I mean, I could go down the list of elements that we have been investing and that need innovation. And investors on innovation, that's risk capital people, do exist in Costa Rica, but guess what? They leave in the summer. They're going on holidays, so they're not dealing with the entrepreneurs in Costa Rica. Why do you think that is? I'll tell you why. There is not a sufficiently critical mass of researchers who are going to make the difference. And if you were to say, wait a minute, winter is the financing season for us, and so we're going to try to generate between spring and autumn the greatest possible number of high-impact entrepreneurs and companies that will deal with all of this. Then, step 2, we will put together a package so that when investors come in the winter, take a look what's out here, we'll make it look attractive. They're going to be going to Costa Rica anyway. They love the Caribbean, but they're not thinking about investment. They're thinking about their holiday. They'll stay 2 weeks. They sure aren't going to stay 3 months. Why don't you give them a reason to stay the 3 months in the Caribbean, not just Costa Rica, but others, and the rest of the time when they're sick to death of snow and boots and what have you, people from Canada and other places might say, gosh, why don't I spend a little bit of my time in a softer and more welcoming climate? I'm sorry if I spoke too long, but I wanted to give you a sense of where I'm coming from. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Chile. If you have a question, yes? Ambassador, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the panelists as well for their presentations. And my question is about digital services for the state. This is a question for Mr. Da Costa. And my question is, what challenges specifically have you had in training this segment of the population that is, for example, rural populations, the elderly, and how have you overcome those challenges? Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. When we have success in life, part of it is always pure luck. We were lucky that the Brazilian population, even in the more elderly sectors of the population, and they really use cell phones a lot, but we ask ourselves, why do they use it so much, even elderly people? First of all, that's because this is cheap in Brazil. This is cheap. It's cheap in Brazil, particularly if it's not Apple, because we have cell phone production in Brazil. Samsung's, LG. They're cheap in Brazil because we often produce them in the Amazon, in the tax-free zone, and so that's why they're cheaper. So it's cheaper because it's produced there. Secondly, we have had a culture of using the cell phone, particularly since the pandemic began. And we also see some facilitators, for example, WhatsApp. Brazil was already the biggest texter in the world for some time, and it was the country that most used Orkut social media when it existed. So there has always been a lot of online interaction in Brazil, and that includes older people who were already used to using this with their children at work. So they were used to already using this type of interaction. When we began using it, it was much easier. And then the financial system in Brazil is one of the most advanced in the world, and that is because every single day we had 3-4% interest, and so we had to move everything very quickly. So transactions are going on 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And digitalization facilitated that a lot. But if I were in a country that doesn't have that tradition, what would I say? What would I do? I think that I would give incentives for using things. For example, there's already a lot of interaction with television. If you have a lot of smartphones, you have smartphone interactions. If you have computers, then you have computer interactions. By lowering the price, we spend a lot of time working at reducing the price of the internet. 5G coverage is already starting in Brazil, and we have 4G coverage already. Let's work with what we have, sending messages. 3G, sometimes even 2G is enough, but everyone has to have 3G. Dreaming about 5G in a country where most of the population doesn't have 4G yet, it's important, but if we want to really digitalize everything, we need to ensure that everyone has 3 or 4G access first. And so that is why the various plans available are important in Brazil. You have to lower the price. You have to increase the intensity of using what you already have. You have to support companies that digitalize. That was another very important step that we had to take in Brazil with working with SMEs. Thank you very much.
For the floor to the delegation of Canada.
Thank you very much and good morning. As this is my first time taking the floor, I'd like to wish good morning to all the distinguished ambassadors and my fellow delegates, and of course, Secretary Osborne. And we'd like to thank you, Ambassador Smith, for setting out such a comprehensive work plan for our second semester, and you can count on Canada's full support in implementing that work plan. We're very interested in working on it. We would like to thank the distinguished delegates and panelists today for their insightful presentations. Canada is quite taken with all of them, and in fact, we have questions for everyone, but of course, in the interest of time, we will focus on one question, and that is for Minister James of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We share St. Vincent's focus on the creative and cultural industries. Canada has a very strong one, in fact. And we'd like to hear more about the receptiveness of traditional artisans, local and traditional artisans, to move to a digital format. We are grappling with that to an extent because while artisans certainly want to sell their wares, there is a distinction between moving into, for example, what Minister James was describing around creating avatars and existing in the metaverse, and those traditional, pen to paper paintings and sculptures that traditional artisans identify with. And we're just wondering what your experience has been and what the thinking is from St. Vincent and Grenadines on how we ensure that we protect those traditional artistry skills, but also transition to this digital market, which is critical for the sustainability of the arts. So yeah, we look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you very much.
Yes, Minister. You have the floor, Minister James.
Great. Thank you very much for your question. Quite obviously, it will become a challenge when you introduce something new to whether it's creatives or even whatever the sector or industry that you're focusing on. It becomes a challenge to have persons to obviously adapt to the new way of doing business. And of course, who can remember when we digitized, when we moved from having paper currency to having an ATM card? Even within our own small island states, there are still some people grappling with having to go paperless in terms of currency. Now we're talking about removing an entire card and actually moving to digital currency, which is even a more complex thing. So of course, there's always that difficulty in transition, and I think immediately once you can have a great level of sensitization and public participation and in the engagement of what you're doing, they would readily adapt to what you need to do to get into that direction. And nothing has taught us much in a more clear and succinct way than the COVID-19 pandemic as to how best we are able to adapt. Had it not been for the pandemic, a lot of things which we're seeing now emerging, we would be 5, 10, 15 years on from getting to that stage. Even, for instance, with our ports here, when we're looking at, we're very much tourism reliant country. And when we welcome back cruise ships to our ports, before we literally had to do a paper submission of the in persons coming in on the clearance and customs and the health forms and so on. We said, okay, well, let's have an electrical transmission of all of the data, so that therefore there's no physical contact, and we can process and approve all of the data, which allows for a smooth and more easily flow of doing business. Now, as it relates to digital transformation and technology, and in the creative industry, you will have that reluctance very early because of what persons will consider their intellectual property, and not having to move it into a different spectrum of how they design and conceptualize and build out things. But it will become a very normal thing in the not too distant future that, artisans will have to move from canvas to a digital creation of what they're designing. Just like how we moved from paper currency to Visa cards and credit cards, and now we're moving from credit cards to digital assets. And literally, our products and services will have to move in that direction. The onus is on us to start that public awareness, that sensitization, getting these small communities together and saying, listen, for you to stay in business, for you to make an income or additional revenue earnings, we don't know when the next pandemic is going to hit. We don't know when we're going to have another challenge with a global issue of war or whatever it is, whatever impediment it is that curtails movement of people, even within your own geographical borders. Your stores were closed, your bars and restaurants were closed, your cinemas were closed. All aspects of the normal business were shut down virtually. And we have to obviously find ways of being able to move the digital transformation light years ahead of where we are now. And that process of sensitization, public awareness starts with us. We commend the Organization of the American States, Kim Osborne and her team. They've been really pushing this agenda. And they've also partnered with us in St. Vincent, as I said earlier, to facilitate that public awareness. And we've been going in that direction. I see generally us moving in that direction, even within Canada. I'm in touch with persons in Canada who are telling me that there's an emergent space for creatives that is being created, and they're building out that e-commerce platform where they themselves can earn revenue. And the potential is there for us to obviously work together as American states, and for us to really facilitate this transition. And as I said earlier, we either become the consumers, or we in turn create the avenue and the revenue and the resources, so that our stakeholders can in fact benefit from the revenue from these creative industries.
Thank you very much, Minister James. Colleagues, it's my understanding that the other members who've requested the floors don't have questions, but are ready to make comments and their interventions. So bearing that in mind, I would like to thank our guests for taking time out of their busy schedule to participate in this meeting and for sharing their perspectives on digital transformation and integral development. We're deeply appreciative of your work and what you're doing, and look forward to continued engagement. And if your schedule permits, I know we have the two gentlemen here. If your schedule permits, we'd ask you to stay with us. Minister James, I'm not sure, but we perhaps can benefit from the interventions that our colleagues would share on what's taking place specifically in their country, some of the solutions they have to offer, and perhaps offers of cooperation as well. So with that said, I'd like to offer the floor to the Bahamas. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair. I'm exceedingly pleased to greet you in your capacity as steward of this council. Honorable Carlos James, Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Sustainable Development and Culture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Senator the Honorable Michael Alquitas, Minister of Economic Affairs of the Bahamas, whom on his behalf I beg leave, given his call to duty to the Cabinet this morning, Mr. Carlos Alexandre da Costa, and Mr. Ramon Sanchez Pena. Colleague ambassadors and alternate representatives, I want to begin by thanking you, the Chair, and the Executive Secretary, Kim Osborne, and the staff of SETI for organizing this dialogue this morning on the important topic of digital transformation and sustainable development. I often feel woefully inadequate speaking after such distinguished speakers, and even less equipped in articulating the extent of the Bahamian initiatives as those communicated and incidentally being so ably led by Minister Halkitis himself and his team. The Honorable Minister of the Bahamas has expertly outlined the work being done in the Bahamas around fintech and digital assets, namely the strides made in launching the sand dollar as one of the world's first digital central bank currencies, and to lead the world in the creation of a regulated digital assets hub. We note as well Minister James's presentation on the interesting and progressive work being undertaken in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and in its pursuit to leverage technology in the creative sector. More importantly, I must confess I'm even more keenly interested in making it to the next Spice Mass. Colleagues, I posit that innovating for development is not only a necessity for a small, open, vulnerable state like the Bahamas, it is a practical imperative and a necessity for small, open states like ourselves. It is also an indelible part of both my country's history and the fiber of our being and existence. Innovating simply for innovating's sake, however, misses both the mark and the point. At its core, the policies of our governments must be driven by the desire and the will to, first and foremost, improve the lives of the everyday citizens of our countries. That is why the work of the Bahamas is doing to create a well-regulated, risk-adjusted hub for digital assets goes beyond efforts to strengthen economic diversification and growth. We hope these transformations will also help us deal with the challenges that we face and that many other countries face, which is the ever-daunting constraints to financial access and inclusion, particularly for populations living outside the capital cities or in remote communities. Our archipelagic construct is both blessing and problematic to the delivery of opportunities to improve lives and enhance economic development. Further, we know that in order for digital transformations to have the greatest impact, there must be full and equal participation by the local citizens in the surrounding economies and an integrated approach to using technological advancements to address national development needs. Our white paper, which is entitled The Future of Digital Assets in the Bahamas, underscores that the Bahamas will be focusing on maximizing the sustainable impact of the digital assets by sector, including the following: developing the skills and expertise necessary to ensure citizens are well placed and best placed to fill jobs which are created by the Bahamian digital asset sector, and expanding related local sector specific academic, professional, and vocational opportunities. Also included are ensuring Bahamians can access digital assets, becoming a global center for excellence in pragmatic risk-adjusted regulation of digital assets and digital asset businesses, and including leveraging fintech to help meet climate and other environmental objectives by introducing incentives for digital assets that prioritize more energy-efficient digital use and thereby helping to mitigate the effects of greenhouse gases. Concretely, we look to do this through exploring the feasibility of using blockchain technology to support our goals of establishing a system of carbon credits and the establishment of a Caribbean carbon market. We again applaud the coordination of today's dialogue. We know that the Science and Technology Ministerial, the ACE, and Prospector Americas provide fora for such discussions, and those, including those that we're having today. We hope going forward that there will be even more enhanced high-level inter-American focus on engaging on these issues and the pursuit of further opportunities for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and provision of technical assistance so that all of our countries continue to progressively and inclusively leverage technology for development. The Bahamas stands ready to continue to build upon the discussions today and further engage with and learn from our brothers and sisters across the hemisphere on our respective experiences with fintech and other digital transformations for sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now offer the floor to the alternate representative of the Dominican Republic. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair. We would just like to take the floor very briefly to thank the Chair of CD and the Secretary, Kim Osborne, for convening this very important meeting and introducing the doctor who's going to be presenting our advancements in the DR. And he studied public administration and in Madrid, and also a graduate degree in electronic governance in several different areas around the country, and lately has been the director of coordination and monitoring in digital transformation in the presidency of the DR, who will be presenting the advancements of our country in the area of digital transformation. And so I would like to ask Dr. Visaro to please ask for the floor. Thank you very much.
To make sure the capital is engaged. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity on behalf of the presidency of the DR. And we will be speaking a little bit about where we stand when it comes to the digital transformation. Considering that we are in a context of a pandemic and we see weakening markets, we are also seeing the fourth industrial revolution. And in our country, we have been working to find a strategy that will allow us to convert our country in a place to live and work and accelerate the recovery process after COVID, and also to create benchmarks where other countries have been working for sustainable economic and social development. And we see the digital transformation as part of this. It has made us more productive and competitive. We've become a fairer, more equitable country with better quality of life for our people. We have done this through a national digital transformation strategy. So what is the level of preparation that we had up to 2020? That was when we made this decision from the president's office. And we were in 10th place when it came to technological preparation indexes from the World Economic Forum. And we'd like to highlight that just 18 years ago in 2003, we were in position 7. That means that despite the fact that we had many different prior strategies that we'd implemented in the area of digital transformation, and we made a lot of progress in our country, we didn't do it at the same speed of other countries in the region. We're talking about Latin America. And so we saw there was stagnation. And so what did we do? We had to build the 2030 digital agenda. This is a digital transformation strategy. It's long-term, and it is based on consensus, and that is the differentiating feature here. It is created not just from the perspective of the public sector, but also civil society, academia, and the private sector. And we have a holistic approach. We're not just limited to certain aspects of digital transformation. And we also saw greater participation from organizations, not just from the capital, but throughout the entire country. So we saw that we used this platform for Latin American development, and it allowed us to provide monitoring through the entire process of building this 2030 digital agenda. We built this in line with the government plan, but also in line with regional strategies, and also, obviously, in line with the UN SDGs. So, the 2030 digital agenda was built with 7 components, and that's why we talk about it being very holistic. For example, we have the governance component, and that is focused on building a digital ecosystem throughout our regulatory framework. And then we see access for everything related to closing the digital gap and providing access to digital. Then we see digital governance in public administration to make it more efficient and bring it closer to the population. And we also see a component related to digital skills and education. We've heard this already mentioned today several times from other speakers. It's very necessary for us to develop these digital skills among our population in order to allow them to get better jobs, for example. And then we have a pillar related to the digital economy, and that's related to ensuring that the productive sector adopts technology to broaden markets and be able to improve their production levels. We also see 2 components that are cross-cutting in nature, such as cybersecurity. We see critical infrastructures and raising awareness among the population and organizations when it comes to cybersecurity, and also technological innovation, so that innovation is always present throughout every process. This will make us more competitive. And all of this is based on approaches related to gender, sustainability, human rights, as well as territorial integrity and citizens' participation. We don't have a whole lot of time, but what are some of the projects that we have been working on as part of this 2020-2030 digital agenda? We have over 140 projects that have been prioritized, of about 300 total. I will mention some of the most pertinent ones that have been priorities. We see the single health file, for example. We see the interoperability platform. We have a single platform for authentication and identification for our citizens. Also, we have various laws that have been drafted in order to promote digital innovation, the creation of single windows for citizen services as part of a program that is in line with the digital agenda. And we have expansion of our in-person points of service where citizens can access assistance in reaching digital services. And we also have a component related to digital skills for all, so that no one is left behind, and we are able to develop these digital skills among our population, as well as one related to SMEs and their digital transformation, as well as the transformation of major companies. All of this is just a snapshot. I just shared 10 major projects. We have so many more that have been focused on innovation, cybersecurity, and many, many other topics. And that includes initiatives that are part of the 2030 digital agenda. Once again, it's very important to mention that our digital agenda was launched officially in August 2021. It has been almost a year now, and it took about 6 months to build from the beginning of last year to August. And the way that we built it was to work at the international level. And so we won a first place in the Summit on Civil Information for Telecoms in the category of digital environment, and that was for building our 2030 digital agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us for this meeting and for sharing.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're very grateful to the very valuable presentations that we have heard on the part of authorities and panelists who were invited, all of whom have put before us what we can do to diminish the digital gap in our countries. El Salvador is working hard on its own digital progress on the basis of innovation and articulated work as among the different institutions that have a role to play, private entrepreneurship, inclusion, and access to public services. Our government is working hard to build a new knowledge society that will allow a way out of the backward position we find ourselves in terms of technological progress, and at the same time will boost economic and social progress. This is why we're pushing for our 2020-2030 digital agenda, which encompasses a set of actions for public sectors and private sectors that are all involved in innovation and anything that will benefit these small and medium-sized enterprises. Innovation, education, competitiveness, modernization of the state in digital governance. All of these areas, of course, focused on moving us forward to the completion of the attainment, I should say, of the 2030 development goals. There are, of course, strategic sectors that have benefited from their alliances with private sector and that have also launched a number of important innovation progress, the national competitiveness sector, the digital certificate of vaccination jointly with the European Union, the single citizen window, the e-government, electronic signatures, electronic apostille, and other issues that will very, very much cut red tape and time spent on government steps. We in El Salvador also have the first of a series of data processing centers, I should say, that are completely computerized so that we have a new government structure that will be secure and that will be amenable to the state's digital transformation. This will also cut the time of response of all of the public sector. So, Madam Chair, education, of course, is a main pillar of development. It goes without saying in our country as in others. And so we understand how critical it is to keep working on such systems as digitalization of public education, the granting of free portable laptops and others that are necessary to move down this direction. Over the last 2 years, we have virtually totally modernized the hospital network in the country, not only having to do with the necessary infrastructure and duly trained personnel, but also the importing of new technology. Let me give you a good example. We have new X-ray machines that allow the medical personnel immediately to tap medical knowledge and to improve their own ability to come up with a diagnosis, thereby, of course, cutting down waiting time for the patients. Everybody wins. We have 5 municipalities in the country and a registry of patients and family members that will allow us to register more easily all of the vital data of citizens from birth through early childhood and through death in and out of the country, I might add. We're also setting up a master plan for the development of intelligent society, including mobility and intelligent traffic, which aims at buttressing investigation, research, and holistic input in such spaces as the implementation of connectivity inter alia. I could go on and on. There are many, many initiatives that my government is pushing, but thousands, tens of thousands of students and teachers in the health sector, as in others, especially women, are being benefited as we try to close the digital gap and the gender gap, I might add, which is quite important in that particular sector. We're convinced in El Salvador that building alliances in the use of technology within the context of this inter-American construct and internationally will certainly help us all. Our aim is to make sure that everybody has a chance to move forward. We stand absolutely committed to closing that digital gap and thereby truly benefit the development of this region. Thank you.
Of Mexico, Master, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation wants to congratulate you for having taken the chairmanship of CD. Thank you. And we're very grateful to all of the distinguished panelists who have spoken to us today, particularly Ramon Sanchez Piña. We're also very pleased to see Kim Osborne among us, distinguished secretary. We understand that digital technology is absolutely basic to the development of countries and the welfare of people. Mexico has been developing its own strategy in this sector and pushes for universal development and the opening of new technologies as a means by which we can boost the digital qualifications of our citizens, better yet to be up to the challenges of the day. In governance and human capital, regulatory human capital, and growth and the well-being of society, all these are areas in which digitalization has made a difference. 58.6 million people in Mexico use the internet. That's 75.6% of the population of more than 6 years of age. That is the most recent finding of our national research on the use of technology and information sectors. And this is since 2021. 70% of citizens have access to internet, but in rural areas, only half have an ability to tap the net. So our national development plan, quite naturally, has set as a priority the internet for all, internet para todos, because we understand how critical that is, as well as, of course, making mobile telephony available, and it's made a tremendous difference, not only in terms of financial support, but the availability of social programs for everyone. From that very broad plan, we have the National Digital Strategy. It is rooted in the broader plan, and it is in that framework that we've drilled down on the National Digital Strategy that is right under the presidency of the Republic, by the way. The presidency is heading up that plan and the development of information technology. This strategy is predicated on two main axes. The first is a governmental basis, and the other is a digital social policy. The governmental policy, digital policy, is very much focused on ensuring that the citizenship has a single digital unit, a single digital portfolio that covers everything to do with that person's activities, anything to do with purchasing and selling or free enterprise of the private sector. Now, the social policy that is also digital focuses on the connectivity of the internet, particularly in the marginalized rural areas, and hopes to spur up development there as quickly as possible. This is the fourth industrial revolution, as has been stated, and which we all recognize. And it won't happen if there isn't sufficient investment in opening up the highways to that development. Technological development depends on it. And in that regard, I think our national observation on digital technology and communications, information technology, for the design of our public policies and to facilitate decision-making has really given a great deal. It was prized in Hungary and was signaled out as being a major agent of change in technology at that competition in Hungary. So in November of 2021, we set up an agreement with Microsoft to boost the development of small, small and medium-sized enterprises. First of all, by linking their training platforms to make sure that entrepreneurial capacities went forward. And secondly, in order to set up platforms and training to ensure that could happen. We have a program called Informar por México, Boost Mexico's information capacity, with an absolute focus on the small and medium-sized enterprises as well as the micro ones. There is a catalog of solutions that aims to answer the challenges of those different business entities. For the government of Mexico, public policy in terms of digital transformation must be focused on people, particularly on the most vulnerable of our citizens. We aim at boosting welfare, at overcoming poverty, not only in our country, but in the hemisphere. Thank you very much.
And I now to offer the floor to the delegation of Brazil.
Muito obrigado, senhora presidente.
Interpreter regrets there's a very bad echo. Now better, the delegate says, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. The interpreter is hearing that feedback again.
Parabenizo em primeiro lugar a senhora pela aprovação do plano de trabalho da sua presidência.
The interpreter regrets the ongoing interference makes it hard to hear the delegate. Give it another shot. We'd like to congratulate you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Kim Osborne, Secretary, and certainly the distinguished panelists that have honored us with their presence here today, and all of whom have shared very stirring plans. We appreciate every one of them. Mr. James, Mr. Carlos da Costa, representative of the Foreign Office of the Ministry of the Economy of Brazil, inter alia. The development of our digital capacity in our countries is essential, and that is why we are so pleased, Madam Chair, with the choice of this term here and with Secretary of City for having put together this most important dialogue. And we're especially pleased to have heard all of our panelists, and yet again I would mention my compatriot, Dr. Carlos da Costa, for all that they shared. We have digitally transformed all of our society. We have more than 1,500 digital services that are offered on that government panel in Brazil. The platform has millions of users, and the ongoing use of new people is also growing apace. In 2019, the Secretariat for the State Transformation focused on digitalization such that citizens could get their business done more quickly and more effectively. In just over 2 years, this platform has gone forward. And certainly at the consular level, we have more than 75 embassies that are absolutely hooked into it abroad. And that has very much cut down the time of procedures at the various consulates. And it has been noted as one of the best practices by OECD. The practice, in fact, was set up without cost to us, and it was, in fact, a very good pilot project that led to it. We also are active in the cybernetic context. From 2021, we had been the object of thousands of hacking attacks. And meanwhile, other state agencies have also taken advantage of that progress. We are very pleased, therefore, Chair, to see this ongoing digital transformation and improvement to users. Brazil is certainly here and ready to share its own good practices, as have been mentioned here. We are very willing to work within the context of this integral development platform, or pillar, I should say, of the OAS, because we think it's that important. And the Regional Program for Digital Transformation spoke of this in 4 main areas: productivity, inclusion, digital governance, with an emphasis on public services, cybersecurity, and competitiveness, and digital education. So finally, Madam Chair, we certainly applaud all the efforts that are being deployed to boost our regional progress in this area and stand, as I said earlier, ready to help. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to share a very brief story that is Chile's as to how we've moved forward in this strategy to boost our economic and social development in the cyber area. It has been an interesting road. There have been achievements. There certainly have been challenges. But back in 1999, Chile first came up with the slogan, Chile and the Information Society. Back in 2006, we moved forward. And then there was the 2007-2012 digital program, and then the digital agenda from 2013 to 2020, which was called Imagine Chile. And we moved from there. We began with the conviction that a long-term project such as this has got to be supported both by the private sector, the public sector, and civil society. And it makes it absolutely essential today that this be embraced also by whatever government is in power. Another position is that humanity broadens its knowledge with such speed that there have to be progress in this area. The 2 pillars. The first has to do with projects that will lead to a use of technology by all without distinction as to gender, capacity, or position in society. It has to be available to the citizens as a whole. Secondly, there has to be an equitable distribution of this network. We also have spoken of digital rights, which go hand in hand, actually, with the famous other rights: economic, social, cultural, and political. All of this, of course, has to do with having access to the internet. It goes without saying. That is really square one. So the right to expression goes hand in hand with the right to information. And there shouldn't be any discrimination or arbitrary distinction as among people who are able to come forward and have a better capacity of defending against hate speech and fake news. The other point is that we know this needs to be sustainable, and throughout this session we've heard that repeatedly. Has to be access to the cultural spaces, to the economic spaces. And there has to be a capacitating digital structure What we understand by that is the information technology, the ITCs, mobiles, access units. You have to have electricity, you have to have terminals, all of those essential things. And that leads us to the question of quality. There has to be access to software and to information technology. All of these are fundamental because one cannot really speak of the development of technology if not everyone has equal access to such a phenomenon. So if we speak of development of digital knowledge, we have to make that possible. It cannot be simply a hortatory expression. It has to be a development of capacity to use these different technologies. And all of this goes with the necessary innovation to stimulate productivity. We talk about simple technological capacity and much more sophisticated levels. This has an impact on every one of our areas of learning. But we have learned throughout that the economy can be digitalized only gradually and only as its undergirding sectors are also made possible in the value chain. Of course, there is the important question of digitalizing government itself, having e-government, as it is called. More fluid communication between the government and the citizen, greater inclusion. And so, Madam Chair, it's fair to say that as we move forward, there are ever more requirements, both nationally and globally. If we want to seize the improvements in technology and to move forward, we have to be well positioned to do that. And so at the various levels of governments, there has to be regulatory coherence and an enabling environment. Finally, another lesson we've learned as I've reviewed all of this is how important it is to develop our strategies, to make sure that we're hitting all the high points, that we have all the parameters in place, and are able to share our difficulties and our improvements and our successes. And that's what we've done here today, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings to Secretary Osborne, to the distinguished panelists who have joined us this morning virtually and in person. Dr. Da Costa, who here has been representing the Ministry of the Economy of Brazil here in Washington, and Ramon Sanchez-Pime of Harvard University. Thank you very much indeed for your very valuable statements. Let me start by thanking Ambassador Maria Rocaver for her arduous work and very stellar contribution to our work over the last semester. And I extend those congratulations to her very valuable team. I likewise, Ambassador, extend those very warm congratulations to you, and I'm sure your presence here bodes very well for our success this semester. Costa Rica understands how important it is to seize the challenges and the opportunities that are important not just to us but to the region. But there, more than ever perhaps, we must be clear-sighted as to what can be done to help those most vulnerable. When we talk about closing gaps and building better, that's what we have to do. Just a minute ago, we talked about the important triads, academe, states, etc., all of the key players that have to come together to generate better opportunities for jobs and more attractive opportunities for foreign capital. So today, I think it's fair to say, above and beyond the health crisis, we need to seize the ongoing crisis, because it is ongoing, of seizing economic opportunities. That hasn't stopped, far from it. And to that end, we in Costa Rica have been thinking hard about how we can do better. And we hope that throughout this semester, Madam Chair, we can share some of the ways we have moved forward, but today we'll focus on digital transformation, which Costa Rica has spotlighted so that productive processes and the quality of life of our citizens can benefit. And all of this plugged into the industry of technology and the advancement of our knowledge. We think it's important to be clear as to the next steps to follow. What are our priorities? So we're doing that. That's point one. Secondly, we're working very, very hard to close the gender gap in the employment sector and making sure that the fruit of science, technology, telecommunications, and innovation will benefit both. That's a program that will go from 2018 to 2027. Our main planks of action include greater participation of little girls, young women, and older women in technology and innovation, greater numbers of women getting involved in technology, the question of more participation of women in science and technology, and a better understanding of science and technology from a gender perspective and how we can put that in practical terms. There is a link that's been drawn interinstitutionally and intersectorally between the central government, academia, both at the higher levels and at the technical level, civil society and the private sector, as we already mentioned in the questions that we put to the panelists. Then we have 4.0, program 4.0, that goes to digital literacy in the economy of knowledge. We want to share the strategies, some of which I've just mentioned, that have made a difference. We are focused on making that absolutely operational throughout the country. That started in 2006. And thanks to the Fund for Development of the OAS, which was launched for us between 2021 and will end in 24 with the help of strategic partners, we're focusing on the development of competence, knowledge, and skills. 4.0 is the program, so that we offer digital literacy as the comprehensive and integrational element that will make a difference in this post-pandemic era to make sustainable development possible.
El equipamiento y el derecho de contar con conocimientos básicos en la era digital, con perspectiva de género y con una visión de impulsar las capacidades para la empleabilidad y una cultura de innovación y emprendimiento con visión territorial. Señora Presidenta, para Costa Rica es muy importante ver la digitalización como una herramienta para lograr una recuperación inclusiva, respetuosa de los derechos humanos, con equidad de género y, desde luego, sostenible. Debemos tener a las personas como el eje central, como bien se ha dicho en la sesión de hoy, buscar su desarrollo y claramente unir esfuerzos para ello. Permito manifestarles que Costa Rica está en la mejor disposición de continuar intercambiando experiencias que puedan ser de utilidad y réplica en la región. Nuestro país seguirá su camino en la implementación de las metas establecidas en la Agenda Regional para la Transformación transformación digital, compromiso político que asumimos en la 9ª Cumbre de las Américas, así como en la Declaración de Jamaica, fruto de la 6ª reunión de ministros de altas autoridades de ciencia y tecnología, ambos completamente en línea con nuestra visión de Estado. Agradecemos e instamos a continuar con el trabajo de la sede, en especial al equipo del Departamento de Desarrollo Económico y el Fomento de Cooperación para el Desarrollo de la OEA y su acompañamiento a los Estados miembros. Muchísimas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to the delegation of Canada, and perhaps in the meantime, I'll just ask that the interpretation for English, I think we had a little bit of a problem just now. Thank you. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Our leaders adopted an ambitious and forward-looking commitment on a regional agenda for digital transformation during the 2022 Los Angeles Summit of the Americas. We now begin the important work of implementing this and other summit outcome documents. We welcome Ambassador Smith's leadership, as previously mentioned, and CD's work towards this goal with an ambitious agenda over the next few months. One priority area for Canada is advancing the principles of digital inclusion. In 2022, Canada became the chair of the Freedom Online Coalition, the only multilateral grouping dedicated to human rights in online and digital contexts. And there are a number of OAS members who also participate, and we would be happy to provide more information on that group. From a domestic perspective, the pandemic highlighted not just how essential the internet has become, but for Canada, it highlighted the urban-rural divide around access. Canada faces a national connectivity gap. Rural Canadians face the daily challenge of slower, less reliable internet access than those in urban centers. And actually, we wanted to ask the Bahamas about that because they were sharing that they have 16 islands they have to connect. And of course, we have a large mass as well, and it is a challenge. From our perspective, the government has announced an increase with a $2.7 billion universal broadband fund to support high-speed internet access across the country. As well as access, increasing digital literacy is is very important to bridge the digital divide, and many have spoken about that today as well. Recent surveys show that fewer Canadians are on the have-not side of the digital divide, with Canadians identified as either non-users or basic users of the internet, declining by almost 5 percentage points. We have a lot to learn from Brazil. This is partly due to programs such as Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada's Digital Literacy Program that invested $30 million for nonprofit organizations to teach fundamental digital literacy skills with a focus on the participation of underrepresented groups such as seniors, persons with disabilities, newcomers to Canada, low-income Canadians, and individuals with low education skills, and of course those living in remote and rural communities. The Digital Literacy Exchange Program aims to equip Canadians with the necessary skills to use the internet in their day-to-day lives and increase overall participation by Canadians in the digital economy. We also launched a Digital Citizen Initiative, which is a multi-component strategy that aims to support democracy and social inclusion in Canada by building citizen resilience against online disinformation and building partnerships to support a healthy information ecosystem. Digital equity is a major social issue, and we must continue to ensure that those who lack digital skills to connectivity are not left behind. And we welcome the efforts of the OAS and this type of forum to help us all advance that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now have the pleasure to offer the floor to the delegation of Paraguay. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor for the first time. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you most success at the helm of CD. We are sure that that will be the case. My delegation would like to thank you for convening this session today on digital transformation. This is a concept that is very cross-cutting in nature, as we have seen at the 9th Summit of the Americas last month in Los Angeles. The states of the Americas then reiterated the importance of digital ecosystems that are resilient and dynamic, and we recognize the need for greater regional cooperation, and underscored the importance of access, digital literacy, and the protection of personal data, as well as leveraging transformative technologies in order to drive the transformation of our communities and closing the digital gaps that affect us. In the last several years, particularly since the advent of the coronavirus pandemic, all nations, small and large, developed and developing, have seen digital transformation as something that's no longer an option or something only open to the most developed countries. It is rather something that is necessary for all, and we are pleased to share with all of the delegates today a reality, a tool. This is something necessary for all countries' development. In that sense, my country's government, through its various institutions and coordination with the Ministry of Technology and ICT, has been able to ensure comprehensive digital transformation in various areas of Paraguayan society. During the last period, since July of 2021, we have developed an health IT system, which provides us with the management and connectivity infrastructure that we need. And this has led, we have seen this in over 1,300 educational establishments, as well as a single portal for the government for various e-documents that are related to all kinds of government paperwork for our citizens where they were downloaded. And we have seen many citizens able to conduct their paperwork this way. And we also saw complaints for corruption made through online platforms. And the development, this is part of the key role that technology plays in governance and democracy. We have also seen streamlined processes for companies and various online processes. Chair, the results that I've just shared are just some of the many that we have seen in Paraguay over the last several years through our digital transformation. We still have many considerable challenges ahead, but we have made great progress, and this makes us very optimistic and enthusiastic for the road ahead. My delegation would like to continue supporting the Americas in digital transformation and strengthening the OAS's response to the needs of member states when it comes to regional cooperation for digital transformation on behalf of our citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Congratulations for holding this session, and thank you very much to the Executive Secretariat as well. And we have been developing a digital transformation and e-governance. This gives us an opportunity to benefit from discussing this very important topic. And in the concept note, we saw that it is focused on accelerating the digital economy and digital transformation. This is an important tool for member states of the OAS to achieve faster, inclusive recovery from the pandemic and to create sustainable growth strategies. And Peru has made great strides in this area. We have been drafting a national system for digital transformation through the law on digital governance, as well as developing the digital governance and the e-economy. We have developed a national digital strategy, and we will be working to deploy technologies for economic and social development and improving the quality of life for our citizens. We are currently approving a national policy for digital transformation, And as was noticed by the delegates who spoke before me, digital transformation is a reality. And we also heard that it needs to be aimed at citizens first and foremost. We can't lose sight of the fact that it needs to also be inclusive. Along those lines, we have much to learn from the very valuable contributions from the various countries we've heard today. The Peruvian experience in the last quarter of 2021, unlike that of Brazil or Mexico, for example, in the last quarter, we saw just 50.3% of the homes in our country had internet connections, and this led us to take tangible actions to improve inclusiveness, and our Ministry of Communication developed a strategy to close the digital divide. And we provided educational contributions as well as technological contributions to ensure the inclusive perspective of internet connectivity and so we gave cellular chargers to households. We would like to thank the Secretariat for their efforts in developing this, as well as for their work promoting inclusion. Thank you very much.
The delegation of St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time my delegation is taking the floor since your assumption to the chair, permit me to seize this opportunity to offer St. Lucia's congratulations on your chairmanship and to offer our support during your tenure in undertaking the important work of this committee. I wish to thank the presenters for their comprehensive contribution this morning. My delegation has taken note. Digital transformation remains a priority area for the government of St. Lucia as it contributes to the development and sustainability of our economy, and more so, the advancement of our people, our most vital resource. Bridging the digital divide is paramount to ensure adequate and equitable access to information, to foster growth and drive innovation in our society. The impact of COVID-19 propelled the government to intensify its thrust towards digital transformation by providing increased online services to the citizens. In 2019, the government implemented the DigiGov project aimed at delivering 154 government services via an online platform. This initiative has provided opportunities for e-learning and for citizens to interact with government online. The objective of this system is to strengthen, support, and sustain the activities of both the private and public sector, thus creating a digital enabling environment to support business continuity, the modernization of the public sector, telecommunications, and the digital financial services sectors. Chair, St. Lucia focuses on delivering inclusive and a safe digital economy in all sectors. As such, St. Lucia continues to provide quality and inclusive education for both our teachers and students in integrating ICT in the classroom. In our partnership with Profuturo, we are pleased to report that to date, 12 schools in St. Lucia have received technological equipment, a classroom management system, and other digital educational resources, and 230 teachers were trained. Although the initial targets were the 12 schools identified, the pandemic created an environment for online training open to all teachers on the island. In an effort to continue the investment in providing digital inclusion in the education sector, the government distributed digital devices to all schools around the island. Chair, it is fair to say that for our small island states like St. Lucia, we have limited financial capabilities. We are faced with many challenges to drive economic growth, particularly in the digital economy, to the extent that we desire. Notwithstanding, the government
this is a
allow for its development by updating the Computer Misuse Act, Electronic Transaction Act, and Evidence and Amendment Bill, which is a Data Protection Act. Chair, having espoused the government's commitment to foster digital transformation, my delegation takes this opportunity to applaud the work of SEDI and to reiterate St. Lucia's support and commitment to its work and that of this committee and to the work of the organization. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegation of St. Lucia. I now offer the floor to the alternate representative of the delegation of Panama. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for your initiative, and congratulations for your election to the chairmanship of CD on behalf of the Panamanian delegation, as well as the Panamanian ambassador. And we would like to express our best wishes and express our delegation's continuing support. And thank you for convening this first meeting to discuss this topic, as well as thank you to the presentations for their very valuable contributions today. The digital transformation is inevitable, and each day we see the borders being blurred more and more, and changes in the paradigms of all different fields. Panama, like the other Latin American countries, is facing major challenges caused by the pandemic, but we are very motivated to redoubling our efforts in order to ensure inclusive, sustainable cooperation and development, and therefore we have best practices in this area as follows. Implementation of the digital law on Panama solidarity, and this is part of ensuring e-governance in the LAC, coordination with the IDB and OAS, also coordinating an IT system following COVID-19, as well as excellent public service international cooperation, as well as ensuring a workflow during the pandemic. We received the SAC award for this in 2021. When it comes to developing these tools, we've seen great benefits for our country, and we recognize sectors are vulnerable and don't have access to these instruments. This type of technology can, however, work to close the digital divide in our society. And in the face of this challenge, national authorities for innovation have been developing the National Digital Agenda, and this focuses on SDGs. And our achievements include the Program for National Digital Coverage, and we have seen 70,000 new citizens, including those in remote areas, have access to the internet. We also consolidated a strategic partnership with Microsoft to boost students and teachers' technological abilities and skills throughout the country. In addition, this year, the Panamanian government and the IDB signed a loan contract for Panama Digital, and the idea of the loan is to improve government paperwork and documentation, to implement government websites that provide easy access to information for people with disabilities. We have also been creating a center that seeks to promote research and training, as well as the creation of a digital architecture. And thirdly, the creation of an institute that generates knowledge, products, and processes based on technology. And in part, as part of our strategic partnerships and support in overcoming these challenges, we will continue our post-pandemic recovery, and we recognize the need to continue working to close inequality gaps in our country. Thank you very much, Chair.
See no further requests for the floor. I just want to say that the topic for this morning generated much discussion, and what we were hoping for most of all is the sharing of best practices and opportunities for cooperation, and we got just that. And judging by your participation, I would say that we met the objectives that were set out in our concept note. The next step, therefore, is for us to make transformation real and meaningful. And from my experience, that is done through follow-up. And I have found that the best ideas go to naught if we don't have the right and timely follow-up and follow-through. And I know that Sadie is willing to deliver on that transformational agenda for us, and they have been here. I've seen them taking notes. You think Kim just has her phone out here, she's making notes, and I know they're ready to engage us. So if there are no additional comments, I want to propose that CD thank our invited experts for their contributions. And I want to thank you, Dr. Sanchez, you're here with us. And if Minister James is still there, we know some of the others had to take their leave, but we really sincerely thank you. And we also want to instruct SEDI to document and follow up on the collaboration opportunities that were said here today in partnership with some of the institutions. I know I've heard Microsoft, IDB, World Bank, Profuturo. I know we've said that in different iterations, so we want to make sure that we follow up, and wherever there is a need to and where we can duplicate, then we'd be happy to do so. So we want to ask CD to do that on our behalf and to make sure that all the interventions that were made here as well by the delegations are taken note of. And I say take note because we have to document it in order to go forward. But I don't want it to just stay at just being documented. And if we have no objections, I will say that this is decided. And it is. I know we're going towards the lunchtime. So the next item on the agenda refers to 3 meetings of ministers that will take place during the current semester in the framework of CD. And to better organize the deliberation, I propose that we consider each meeting individually. So the first meeting is the 9th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Culture and Highest Appropriate Authorities to take place October 27th and 28th in Guatemala. And we do have a presentation by Ms. Julia Ramirez, Officer of International Affairs in the Ministry of Culture of Colombia, as Chair of the Inter-American Committee on Culture. And under this agenda item, I'm very pleased to recognize Ms. Ramirez and to offer her the floor. Ms. Ramirez, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Chair. And we congratulate you for your election to the chair of CD. You can be assured of my delegation's support. So, on behalf of the Minister of Culture, who's unable to be present, and at the outset, we would like to thank City for providing this space for dialogue and allowing us to share with you the achievements and advancements that have been made in the Inter-American Committee on Culture. And we'd like to underscore that in 2020, we were able to unanimously approve a working plan for a 3-year period with 5 axes of work. First of all, strengthening the creative economy. Secondly, with regard to sustainable development and culture. Third, information and indicators for decision-making. Fourth, on cultural heritage. And fifth, on recognizing cultural heritage in the Americas. In that sense, and under the pro tempore chair of Colombia, as well as with participation of the member states of the OAS, we have been able to implement a very active and intensive agenda with 3 virtual spaces as well as 1 in-person space. With these activities, we have been able to work with many people in the Americas through various channels of communication, through the Colombian Ministry of Culture, as well as other ministries that are supporting us in this endeavor. Additionally, we have seen 3 digital publications. The first of all was to address the pandemic crisis. The second was on best practices in culture for transforming local communities. And finally, interinstitutional cooperation to support cultural contributions. And you can see this at the OAS website. Additionally, and as one of the major achievements, we have been able to promote high-level authorities' participation in the Great Global Forum for Our Technology. And this is part of our commitment as a region to highlight the role of culture. And we also have multi-platform cooperation with the various cultural entities on areas such as sustainable development and the contributions of Black and Afro-descendant communities in national cultures. From the pro-tempore chair, we would like to invite member states to continue opening spaces for cooperation and coordination, as well as spaces for regional integration, and join efforts to create better and new opportunities for cultural exchange and cooperation. We also have the plan of the working plan that will be finalized in October in Guatemala, and we invite all member states to study this working plan. We have topics such as developing the capacities of cultural agencies. As we heard in the earlier panel, we need to take advantage of all of the benefits of the digital transformation in this area. And we also see the role of regional funds, both at the regional level as well as through platforms, in order to drive government initiatives in the area of culture. As part of these activities and the 2030 digital agenda, we will invite you to continue working as a region to carry out this new development agenda. This is cross-cutting as well as vital as a public good to be developed in order to ensure greater equity and equality. And with that, we hope that the OAS will lead activities to generate mechanisms for co-production and distribution, as well as co-investment in cultural services in various cultural sectors. We'd like to take this opportunity to invite the high-level cultural representatives and delegates present to provide their support, as they have over the last 3 years, to develop this agenda and working plan. Without your commitment, this would not have been possible. And from the Colombian Ministry of Culture, we would like to express our will to continue providing contributions and sharing our experience and knowledge for driving new initiatives and thereby supporting the growth of our region. Thank you very much.
The chair, sorry. As we recognize the substantial contribution of the cultural authorities of Colombia to revitalize the revitalization of the cultural sector of the OAS and the solid leadership exercised to advance the work and the agenda agreed upon with the sectoral authorities in the hemisphere. I'd like to give the floor now to Mr. Christian Calderon, who is the Vice Minister of Culture for Guatemala, who will host this ministerial meeting. Mr. Calderon, you have the floor, sir. I think he is connecting.
Viceministro Calderón, si puede ser, refrescar su navegador y solicitar la palabra nuevamente, a ver si se soluciona el problema para quien pueda entrar en pantalla.
We're hoping that Minister Calderón can refresh.
Request the floor.
Viceministro, si puede ser, refrescar totalmente el navegador, cerrar todo Chrome y abrirlo.
Minister, you're going to have to shut down completely and refresh and come back. We'll see if you can make it then. Thank you.
While we await the connection of the Vice Minister, we'll move to the next meeting, which is the 11th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Education. And you'll recall that during the CD meeting held last May, the preliminary draft annotated agenda document CD/Doc 353/22 and the preliminary draft agenda document CD/Doc 355/22 were presented, and it was agreed that member states will have 30 days to make comments and proposals on them. I've been informed that during that period, the Secretariat did not receive any proposals. I offer the floor in case there are any delegations wishing to refer to these documents. Seeing no requests for the floor, I sense and accept that member states agree with the two documents as they were submitted, so I propose that we approve them as contained in document CD/Doc 353/22 and 355/22 Provision 1. It is so agreed. We turn now to the provisional list of observers and guests of the 11th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Education, and that was in document CD/Doc 361/22. In this regard, I recall that in accordance with Rules 17 and 18 of the Rules of Procedure of the Ministerial Sectorial Meetings, the provisional list requires the authorization of this meeting. I give the floor to delegations wishing to refer to document CD/Doc 361/22. If there are no delegations wishing to speak on the provisional list of observers and special guests of the 11th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Education contained in document CD/Doc 361/22, I propose that we agree that the member states will have 30 days to submit comments to the Secretariat. If there are no objections, it is agreed. Let's see if Guatemala is back. And can our technicians let us know whether or not the Vice Minister is ready to take the floor? Therefore, we'll continue with the third meeting, and that is, well, I shouldn't say that, I'm going to get you confused. The next meeting, which is the 5th meeting of ministers and high authorities of special social development. And that meeting will take place in the Dominican Republic in November. To consider the agenda item, I offer the floor to the Chair of the Committee of Partnership for Development Policies, Ambassador Maria Fernanda Cortizo, alternate representative of Panama to the OAS. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to be brief as I put forward this report with regard to the request that we got for development on behalf of the Dominican Republic as to the preparatory meeting of ministers and other authorities on social development. As you will remember, the fifth REMDES is to be held in November of this year in Dominican Republic. But the Chair on Policies received a request through diplomatic note on 11th July 22, and we considered that on July 12th of this year. In that regard, let's remember also that on the 22nd of February, CD approved the sectoral development of the social sector and agreed that the fifth preparatory meeting would be on the 28th of July of 2022. The Dominican Republic is looking at these different elements as to what the requests are for the guidelines on these two important documents which need to be presented to the minister on the fifth REMDES, that is the draft declaration and the draft plan of action. That work is ongoing. It is not concluded. And it is clear, frankly, that it would not be possible, given the timing of past events, wouldn't be possible to have it all done for this meeting. So we would ask that on the 8th of September, we look at this and the regulation of CD 56D that stipulates that one of the responsibilities of this is to draw up the annual meeting of calendars under CD for special sectors and ministerials and the equivalents for this meeting and other very high-level meetings, bearing in mind that this meeting of CD is being held on the 26th of July, just one day before the deadline for the holding of the preparatory meeting of REMDES. We would suggest that the request that the Dominican Republic made on the 12th of July should be considered. At that time, the member states looked at this, and considering the need to have the preparatory meeting and the fifth REMDES itself take place as well as possible, we agreed to put off the preparatory meeting ad referendum of CD and that it would be held on the 8th of September next, given the reasons for the agreements that member states reached with regard to solidarity cooperation. Here, we put this report forward to request that CD agree to put off the question of the fifth meeting of meetings and other high authorities until that date, September 8th. Thank you.
We've heard the report from the Chair of the Committee on Partnerships, and if we so agree, we can approve the recommendation to postpone the meeting, and similarly, we can look at the list of observers, and if there are no objections to that, we can approve that as well. Seeing no requests for the floor, I take it that we have approved the postponement of the meeting and the approval of the list of participants. Can we just get a status on the minister from Guatemala, please? Seeing that technology have failed us, we'll revert to the delegation of Guatemala on site. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Permanent Representative of Grenada to the yes, we congratulate you for having taken the chairmanship of CD, and we wish you every success in your tenure at the head of this most important council in its second semester of the year. I also greet all of the authorities and especially the distinguished panel that spoke to us about digital transformation. Such an important issue for all of us as we seek to move toward integral and sustainable development. Distinguished ambassadors and different representatives here, distinguished Secretary Kim Osborne, members of the SIM, let me begin by thanking all of you on behalf of Guatemala, and through you, thanks the Ministry of Colombia, who has explained to us the great progress made by our work here, which we believe deserve mention because Colombia has certainly been a great leader over the period 2020 to 2022. Because of connectivity, I express here the regrets of Minister Christian Calderon, but he has asked me to communicate his message to you in reference to the 9th meeting of Ministers of Culture and other high authorities for culture to be held in the city of Antigua, Guatemala in October of 2022. On his behalf then, and on behalf of the Minister and Vice Minister Calderon, I'd like to express the enthusiasm of the entire Guatemalan team in holding that meeting. It will be a signal event in the hemisphere, and we're quite certain that it will bind the region as it understands how critical the development of culture is as a motor of growth. Technology, creativity, and innovation are going to be the themes for the strengthening of culture. From its presentation last year in the framework of the Ministry of Culture and what was said in CD, we listened carefully to what the delegates said and how much they have fed into our own dialogue, and we were hoping that as soon as possible we can approve the essence of that meeting. The preliminary draft of the meeting in Antigua and other preliminary revisions are going to be presented to you, and we hope that what comes from the ministerial will be welcomed, as well as the input of all of your ministers throughout this process. For its success, we will have to consolidate the vision of the Americas on such an important beacon of progress for the region. We thank SETI and the Department of Conferences of the OAS for their ongoing support throughout this process as we move towards the Ministerial on Culture. For Guatemala, it is a signal honor to be your host, and I'm very pleased to tell you that Munac, a city of art in Guatemala, in Antigua, Guatemala, which, by the way, is a city considered part of the heritage of humanity. We are preparing that headquarters, and next August we will be launching into the next phase. You'll be able to see it at our next ministerial, and we will be happy to share then the more than 3,000 years of history that are enshrined there. My country is honored to be able to cover the transport, the hotels, and the food of the high ministries. And for the 27th, 28th of October, we look forward to having you then at the 9th meeting of cultures with the warmth for which we are known. Thank you for the conference section for showing our video.
I think technology is working with us again, and we have Vice Minister Calderon online. So if we can please offer him the floor. Vice Minister. Guatemala, we realize a lot of hard work has gone into the preparations so far, and I'm sure with the help of the team of SETI, we can look forward to a fruitful meeting. And for those of us who get to go to Antigua, then I should say we should look forward to it. Moving on, in connection with this event, we'd like to recall that during the CD meeting held last May, the preliminary draft annotated agenda and the preliminary agenda were presented, and it was agreed that member states will have 30 days to make comments and proposals to them. I've been informed that during that period, the Secretariat had received proposals from Colombia and Guatemala, and these are reflected in the revised versions, which I submit for your consideration. And those documents are CD/doc.354/22 and 341/22. I offer the floor in case there are delegations who wish to refer to these two documents. Seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that member states then agree that these two documents that were submitted can be approved, and if that is the case, we'll consider them approved. Approved. Finally, we take note of the presentation of the preliminary draft declaration, document CD/doc359/22, and the preliminary draft plan of action, document CD/doc360/22, for the meeting of Ministers of Culture. As established by the procedures for the sectoral meetings of CD, informal negotiations will begin shortly so that an agreement can be reached during the corresponding preparatory meeting. Member states may submit their proposals to the Secretariat. And if there are no objections, it is agreed. And since we went in reverse order, I think you'd be happy to know that this brings us to the conclusion of today's meeting. I now offer the floor to delegations who wish to bring any matter to the attention of the Council. There being no matter to consider, I sincerely want to thank you for your participation. I look forward to another robust engagement during our August session. I want to thank the members of the Secretariat, our interpreters who may have left us just a little bit ago, our technicians, and of course our able Secretary, Kim Osborne. And I just want to say for the record, this is my second go around at the CD, and I have had the benefit of working with a Secretariat that is just focused on delivering, and they really hold you up. So from a delegation like Grenada, I want to really publicly thank the Secretariat for all the work they do behind the scenes, and they make this look effortless. And with a lone panelist still with us, Dr. Sanchez, I want to thank you so much for staying the course with us, and we look forward to continued engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, as always.